Sit right here. Mike, he not here yet.
Yeah,
He coming, right?
he's supposed to be.
Okay.
Somebody just moved mine, right?
Okay. You want me right there?
Okay.
Good, good. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the 98th session of the 11th Council to order.
Calling for invocation, I believe, Councilman Pastor James Parker.
Good afternoon, everybody. I surrender the mic to Pastor Kathy Lee James, who will give us our invocation this evening.
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your goodness and mercy on today. Thank you for bringing us together one more time. As we come, Father, we ask that you would bless our meeting on tonight, that you would bless each council person. We pray that you would look on our brother, Councilman Brett Nicholson, that you would look on his family, his mother, and strengthen them and bring them, raise them back up, Father. Heal and touch their bodies. We ask that you would bless him in every way. We ask your blessings upon those in the audience and those listening, Father, that you would bless this city and help us to be able to come together in unity and in love. We ask you to be with us in this meeting on tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, please remain standing and have a moment of silence. We'd just like to remember all those in our community that have passed went to be with the ancestors since our last meeting. Thank you. Clerk. Roll call.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman, James,
Here.
McGinnis, Nicholson, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Doyle.
Can I make the motion to excuse Councilman Goodman and President Mike McGinnis for personal reasons?
So move.
Support.
I'm sorry, and Nicholson as well. Excuse me. Roll call. President Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilman Parker,
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Yes. Motion passed.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford. At this time, can I get approval of tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, supported by Councilman Parker, to approve tonight's agenda. Hearing any changes or any amendments? Hearing none, roll.
James,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
4 yeas, no nays.
All right, thank.
Oh, and McGinnis. Yes.
Welcome, President McGinnis.
All right, and so was the agenda just adopted?
Yes.
All right, so is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. It includes the July 11th City Council meeting minutes, updating the resolution to extend the date for services through September 30th of this year for Arts Crawl events, no change to the costs, and the resolution to approve the amendments to the agreements for local fiscal recovery fund distribution between Oakland County and the City of Pontiac for the Healthy Communities Park and Outdoor Recreation Investment Plan grant award in the amount of $500,000 for the Crystal Lake Park Revitalization Project. We had previously adopted and approved that agreement and just updated some language, so that's why we've got it in the consent agenda. Roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. We are at our first and only special presentation this evening for an update for the City of Pontiac's master plan update process. The presenter is Mark Yandrick, the City of Pontiac's planning manager. We give the floor to the administration to introduce it. I will share that Councilwoman James requested this be a discussion item, so that way the City Council could receive an update, but so that way they had some materials ready for us to present. Figured a special presentation was the better vehicle to do that, but we can still discuss it following the presentation. Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. As I think everyone knows, there's been quite a bit of discussion about the fact that we really need to update the city's master plan. The last time it was updated was nearly 10 years ago. There's no legal requirement that it be updated with a particular amount of frequency, but certainly good practice is to update it more often than it has been updated in recent years. And so we're excited about that process. It is a lengthy and time-intensive process, but it's a very important process because it's really about laying out the vision for how we want to see development come about in the city. And I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to share with City Council, but also everyone in the community, what the upcoming timeline is looking at in terms of our securing some consultants to assist with the process, making sure that we're soliciting community feedback, which is probably the single most important thing. This is a process we want the entire community to participate in. And then also when we think we'll actually launch that whole process and when we anticipate concluding it. And so to get into all those nuts and bolts, I want to turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Yandrick.
Good evening. I'm not used to presenting this early in the agenda, so I will definitely make the most of this opportunity and be brief. So tonight is really a master plan presentation about what is upcoming, and this is just a high-level overview for council and for the community. So before getting into that, I definitely want to, while planning is often bringing cases before City Council, I wanted to share the Community Development Department mission statement and Planning Division mission statements. Community Development is run by Rachel Loughran, who is the director, and it really is to facilitate ongoing investment in the community and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of those who work, live, and play in Pontiac. And with that, under the planning division that I manage, it's administered development-related processes and other planning-related functions in a professional and friendly manner to all citizens and developers to facilitate growth and redevelopment across the city. And as part of the master plan, that really falls under not just administration, but as well community development and planning to ensure that this process coming up goes forward. I do want to introduce, if you don't know, on the right is a picture of our staff. Justin Curry's on the left, Carla Cade is in the middle, and Corey Christensen, our senior planners, on the right, and we have one more on the way we're currently interviewing for. So what is a master plan? The master plan is a community plan identifying the vision for the future of Pontiac, as well as strategies, goals, and objectives to achieve that vision. The master plan must be a foundational document that is respected, aspirational, the basis for future budgets, consistent with other plans, and leverages local and regional partnerships. There's a lot within that sentence, but I think there's a commitment from what I hear from City Council, from administration, the community, to really move forward with this to help get alignment going forward. And as the mayor mentioned, the city's last master plan was adopted in 2014. Best practices, generally master plans should be at minimum reviewed every 5 years and updated where necessary to achieve those strategies, goals, and objectives. So, the city in this process expects to utilize a consultant for assistance with the master plan. The consultant provides a valuable service as they are experts in the master planning process. They help to facilitate the process to evaluate and create consensus from the community and from the leaders, and it helps create the final document. Now, this master plan currently upcoming is expected to be a 9-month project filled with public engagement opportunities to establish those strategies, objectives, and goals, and their priorities for the community. The city is working to finalize partnerships and technical assistance with the master plan process. As an example of this, I can't list everything we're working on right now, but we are currently we're going to be reviewing our RFQ with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. They work with a lot of communities in the state, and we want to make sure we're utilizing and leveraging everything we can through this process. Now, the community and resident involvement as part of a master plan process, input from the community is very important. So no matter what your role, whether you're a resident, whether you work in the community, whether you are part of a community organization or you own a business, we want to hear from everyone. And so through this process, through these 9 months, there will be focus surveys that we are currently at a staff level starting to compile. There will be open houses to provide opportunity to gather feedback and ideas on the future of Pontiac. And this is a very engaged community, and I'm looking forward to seeing that engagement through this process. And lastly, next May and June, there will also be opportunities for the community to review and comment on that final draft plan. So really, to summarize, this thing is a community plan, and we're trying to get buy-in from all aspects of the community to really make sure that it's respected and that there's a lot of momentum with it moving forward. And there, as a community and residents, there will be opportunities to provide that feedback to staff, to the consultant, and largely to Planning Commission and City Council as well. So one of the important things is just the timeline. On the current schedule, early August is when I'm hoping to publish the request for qualifications. This is a bidding process that we would be going through. We would be selecting the contractor hopefully in September of 2023, this year, and that would take City Council approval. That master plan process would go from October to June, and then the last steps of that are the review and adoption by Planning Commission and City Council. So while this doesn't outline every meeting or event going forward, this is pretty standard that the review and adoption by Planning Commission, City Council as part of that process. As I show the puzzle pieces down in the middle there, that's just very apropos for what we're looking to do here to create alignment in the community and bring a lot of the pieces of this community together to help us move forward for the vision for Pontiac for 20 to 30 years from now. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have, but I will want to note, as this starts to formulate with the RFQ and with the contractor, I will be giving some new presentations to City Council and the community on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I don't have a question, but on your last slide, I believe your dates may be wrong in your final review and
Thank you.
adoption.
Yeah. 2024. Thank you very much.
Well flagged. All right. Councilman Rutherford.
I just have just two questions. Number one, do we have the dates when they're going to start having the meetings so that we have the conversations? And number two, are we going to do multi-meetings in each district? Because sometimes in our districts, one side doesn't get the information, and we want to make sure everybody is included in those conversations.
I think we do not have the dates at this time, and part of that's working with the consultant once they're selected and their schedule and how it fits into their schedule as well. We do anticipate multiple meetings at city events, and really we're looking at this district-wide, but we definitely want to get input from each of the districts and have some focused conversations about each of the districts and then their future development.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
And to that similar point, in another city in Oakland County that's just conducted their update of their master plan process, they utilize their city hall, their community centers, public events to solicit feedback, even if it wasn't like a straight up forum or town hall, where you could submit feedback on some of the proposed things that would be up for debate, that it's like almost like a submission box where you can offer your feedback or your suggestions using different ways to engage with the community is wise. Absolutely. So that way as many voices can help shape and strengthen the document.
While this would be a first time for me, as an example, I think we would engage with the Hispanic community and have some Spanish language surveys just to get their feedback and input for this. So.
Any further discussion on this special presentation? Councilwoman James.
I'd like to know how we plan to get local businesses in the city involved in the planning.
So that is a great question. We are looking, as part of a master plan, you typically have an executive committee, and that will be formulated, but they're also, we're anticipating having some subcommittees, and those are more focus groups. And I think we're going to leverage some of the existing groups that are out there to get surveys and input and feedback, but we're also going to be looking to have some smaller, maybe potentially business groups to be able to provide their feedback on the business-related items related to Pontiac and its future.
Councilman James.
Yeah, and that leads to my second question is, will you be utilizing an executive committee or a committee that will basically work with that process from beginning to end?
Absolutely.
You
Yes.
will be utilizing?
Yes.
Okay.
Further discussion? All right, we look forward to the city council as a full body and through the subcommittees receiving updates as the process further takes shape, and as certain aspects need city council approval and votes, we'll field them then as well. Yes, sir.
I just want to say one last thing. We're hoping for the RFQ process in August. I think we're still slated for that. The one thing I would say that is we're working on these partnerships and these assistance with this master plan. We want to make sure that those are shored up before we start this process. That really helps a potential consultant understand where resources are in play and that the city is providing. So if there are any delays for that, we're going to work as expeditiously as possible, but our goal, again, is in August.
So to clarify, are you referencing sort of grant or philanthropic or state resources?
Or even county resources, potentially, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, hearing no further discussion, that concludes the special presentation. We are at recognition of elected officials. We have the chair of the Pontiac Charter Revision Commission, the Honorable Tamika Ramsey.
Good evening. So I just wanted to come and give a report and to beg people to come to the Charter Revision Commission meeting that will be happening this Thursday. So we have increased the days that we are meeting per month. So we met last week and we are meeting this week. Last week we talked about the form of government for our city, whether we were going to stay with the strong mayor form or go to a city manager form. I would love if y'all watched the meeting. It was 3 hours. It was very engaging. What we came up with, there were two options that we are going to be voting on this Thursday. One is to keep it the way that it is, but to solidify that the deputy mayor has to have certain qualifications in order to be the deputy mayor. And we know that this was implemented under the emergency manager, but we felt like this was a really good solution. Our current deputy mayor is a CFO, and the city is doing a really good job, and we wanted to keep that up. The other option was a strong mayor form with the city manager that was to be hired. So those were the two options that we will be voting on Thursday. For the city council, we heard the residents loud and clear that they want to keep their 7 districts, but we are looking at, is that 7 districts the way that it currently is, or is it 5 districts, 2 at large? Or it can say the way that it is. So those are the two options that we'll be voting on Thursday for the form of government and then the council. One of the other options that we talked about was having the president and president pro tem as full-time employees of the city in order to help balance the branches of government as well. So once again, we would love to have the public's input on this. We are going through all of the articles of the charter to update them or to keep them the way that they are, in hopes that we would also go to city meetings, whether that is district meetings, town hall meetings, to inform the public and get their thoughts before we package this into an updated charter. So Thursday, July 20th, we will be meeting here in the chambers from 6 to 9, so we stay the entire time and do as much work that we can in between that time. We also have the honor and luxury of having Kermit Williams as a part of this Charter Commission revision, who knows the history of why things happened the way that they did. So we are talking very openly and honestly about some of the changes that were made and why they were changed. A lot of racism happening in the beginning of our charter, that some of these things were created to stop. We also know that we do need more safeguards in place so that we can hold our elected officials accountable in real time, so that people don't feel that transitions aren't happening in an appropriate time, that people aren't breaking the law because the charter didn't address that. And so once again, we would love if people can come this Thursday, and we will make sure to have an updated calendar since we are meeting more. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Are there other current elected officials that wish to address the body?
Good evening, Council.
It might have turned off for a second. It was on. There you go.
Good evening, Council, and Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and Mr. Garland Doyle. Good evening to you as well. My name is Beatrice Wright. I am the Precinct 3 Democratic Party delegate representative for Precinct 3. And, you know, I've kind of gotten up to encourage voting, and that's what I continue to do. There was a woman in our history. Her name was Fannie Lou Hamer. Some of you know her. Fannie Lou Hamer was an activist. She was an organizer. In spite of that, she was shot at many times. She was beaten while she was in jail. She was put out of her home when she attempted to organize Black Americans to vote in the state of Mississippi. That alone should encourage young people to use their voice to vote, that many people gave their lives. And you know what? She died prematurely. She died at age 60 from complications related to breast cancer and high blood pressure. But again, young folks and all of us owe it to our history that we stand on the shoulders of other folk. And so again, I implore you to register, to vote, and to express your desire for the political candidate that best fits your values. And so with that, I thank you for this time, and I will speak again later.
Are there any other current elected officials that would like to speak during recognition of elected officials? Thank you very much. We are at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests this evening?
Yes. Mr. Robert Bass.
If you could turn the microphone on, please. Very good.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Bass, Citizen District Council President. Also, I live at 499 Highland, Pontiac, Michigan. I wanted to address maybe two items, and that's the master plan process. Now, as long as I've argued about this master plan being updated or not, I was never contacted. And if I missed the council meeting, then I missed it. I guess that's on me. But bottom line is I was never contacted as to this being brought up or it being discussed. And I'm not privileged, but point of fact is, why do we always have to hire somebody to do what the public's been doing for 40 years? We're paying people for unnecessary reasons. When you got, well, I got at least 8 organizations in District 1 with people that care about the city and what they know what they want in their district. And I'm sure there's other black clubs and associations in the rest of y'all's districts. Why do we have to go out and hire people to come in and tell us what we need or what we want? This thing that he had this evening, to me, only shows that you're going to dictate to us what we want. Yeah, you're going to take bits and pieces from a few people here, few people there. But have they been involved in the operations of this city? And I almost grant you, no. Now, I don't knock young folks for not having the knowledge that we have. Of course, you live long enough, you're going to gain some knowledge. If you're not gain a lot, you're going to gain some. However, since you have such a magnificent array of people that still are here and still actively working,
That does
why
conclude your
can't
time.
you have, okay, you put me on 2 minutes and everybody else, and that clock didn't move. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
The rules and procedures say 2 minutes for agenda address. There is no time limit for recognition of elected officials. Public comment is 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Beatrice Wright?
Like Mr. Bass, I chose to speak on the master plan. The council is aware that our master plan is 9 years old, and I've spoken to people in the community who say we have no master plan. We have a master plan. It's just an old master plan, and we're going to update it. I think, too, that we should rely on our citizenry, because many people are competent enough to follow Robert's rule and get some things done. I think that in their wisdom, people who formed the master plan in the past put a lot of things in the master plan as recreation conservation, and one of them was the Pontiac Municipal Golf Course. And so, as we move toward completing this master plan, even though nobody up here has told me that you support having a municipal golf course in our city, so it makes me think that you would prefer that there be another housing development on the golf course. There are housing developments on the golf course, okay? And so rather than crowd the golf course, what we need to do is to recognize that there are folks, I'm one of them, this is a Tuesday morning foursome, that I play golf every Tuesday morning, every Thursday evening. But if you value the morale of your citizenry and understand that many people in our city, they may not play golf, but they love that golf course. I spoke to people over there that said, I love the sunset because I can see the sunset over that lake. And so I want you to continue to have the golf course as a recreation conservation area. And for any of you who don't know, the master plan guides everything. And so even though we've left the golf course as residential one, the master plan requires that there be a public hearing if they try to change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Dr. Deidre Waterman? Deirdre, gotcha.
Thank you. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak. First, about voter registration. We have a group that's doing voter registration and training registrars. There's 600,000 unregistered eligible voters in the state of Michigan, 16,000 right here in Pontiac. So the next event is going to be at the New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church, which is on your agenda this Saturday. We'll invite people to come who are coming for the community picnic there. We'll also have a table set up to do voter registration. Master plan, let me just comment on that too. Yeah, I thought the reason we were hiring all these people and planning other departments, and so we could insource that and not outsource doing the master plan. Even under my administration, that was one of the first things we worked on for a whole year. We worked on the master plan in 2014, and it was done by our planning manager when we had a much smaller department. It was done because we felt it needed to have citizen input. We needed to know the will of the community in terms of what the master plan was going to be, and we put a lot of changes in. But I just want to remind you of that. Also, the charter revision, yeah, you mentioned that one of the provisions was to bring the deputy mayor as a certified city manager, and that was, I started, not the emergency manager. I brought in the first city manager as my deputy mayor, and that was Jane Bias DeSessa. But what I did want to speak to particularly is the Crystal Lake project. I see you put that on the consent agenda, the $500,000 grant. One of the ideas that I had, and I will relate to you, is that we have not decided what to do with that amphitheater now on top of the Phoenix Center. And one of the things we did as feasibility when they did the structural engineering study was that that could be dismantled and brought down, and it'd be lovely to put it in a waterfront area so we could have outdoor amphitheater, 2,800-seat amphitheater, just like Shane Park in Detroit. So that's a great idea. If we're not going to rebuild it on top of the Phoenix Center, then let's put it in Crystal Lake Park as a possibility.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item on the agenda?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Councilman, administration, and to the residents in the audience, as well as the residents that's in voice view of my hearing view of my voice. I am speaking on the master plan, but I want the people of Pontiac to quite understand this. Once again, there are 40% homeowners in the city of Pontiac. There are 60% are rental. Not to say that rental people don't have the rights to the same as the residents, but the residents who are responsible are the taxpayers. They help with this master plan. The residents, I really feel, cheated because the master plan is not governing their taxes. It's not governing their wishes and their living condition. The master plan is not involved in what's for the people. It's involved with what's for them. Now, they can lead you to believe that it is for the people, but ask 40% of the homeowners who invest in their homes, who are paying these taxes, who have more rights in this master plan. Is it the residents or is it the investors? Is it the taxpayers or the people who's getting something and stealing from the city of Pontiac? Residents, please, the 40% that we have, we can come together to make city of Pontiac a very livable, profitable place to live. But we can't do it without each other. Don't let the 60% of renters and investors in the city of Pontiac scare you away from getting this charter to where it needs to be. The city of Pontiac is on bended knees, very bended knees, and we need help.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Carlton Jones, I'm assuming master plan?
Yes. Good evening. I hate that I missed the presentation. I really was wanting to get down here. Unfortunately, on Tuesday, I do play in a golf league at our wonderful golf course that we have here in Pontiac. So I'm just coming from the golf course, and that's a home. It's a second home for me during golf season. So I'm not ashamed of that, and I know Ms. Rice talk about that, and I support it. We play golf together a lot out there. Not only do we play golf, we live on the golf course, so we got a lot of interest in that. But when we start talking about the master plan, I don't know what planning manager spoke about, but I was very interested in hearing it. Some people say it was kind of short presentation. I have had some conversation with him, and I'll say this, that it's not like we don't have a master plan for everybody. We have one. It just needs to be updated. And updated enough to this master plan, we all need to think about our city has went through a lot of transitions since the last time we put together a master plan. And we have to start saying, where do we want to go? We can't put it on nobody else. We got to say, where do we want to go from here? I want to just say this. We got an opportunity that I've been talking about for a while. Somehow, I don't know if everybody is really hearing what I'm saying. We have to invest in people, not bricks and mortar. We have to invest in people here in Pontiac. And this plan needs to be all about what's going to uplift the people. Now, this is like a 2-minute. I am planning on staying around to public comments. We have been tapped by the federal government from the Department of Energy to have Pontiac be a model of how we can lead Oakland County and the state of Michigan. And that's through this whole infrastructure of how we can look at electrification through DOE, Department of Energy, and I'm hoping that everybody would get on board. And it needs to be a part of our plan, because we've got plans now that we can change the city between now and 2035 to lead the way. Thank you. And I'm talking about, when I say us, I'm talking about TDC, Talent Development Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chuck Johnson. Ms. Gloria Miller. Yes.
I know I got 2 minutes. I'm going to try to cover it. My first thought with the Charter Commission, and I was on the council. First of all, we got to figure out a way to stop the corruption of getting somebody here and do the right thing about the city. So we got to really focus on the executive branch, because the legislative branch they control the money, but they don't. And probably a lot of you guys up there now know that. With that being said, when I was on the council, they brought that to me as well. I'm not for change, but I'm like this. And any of my constituents know me. That's why they know me. I'm going to tell them straight. It's what you want. First of all, Charter Commission, you guys not going to get what you wanted. You're going to go to the people. It's going to fail. I'm going to tell you right now. That's what happened with us. I kept telling them it's going to fail. I don't think they want, you could take 5 people, but you got to make it fair. To give the president and the vice president, and there's no disrespect to you guys, they do the same thing I did. We do the same thing. We all do the same thing. We go out, audition, work our butt off. So that don't make sense for one person to get more award and be full-time, and you don't make the rest. You got to be even. You got to be fair. I'm just a fair person. With that being said, you can do 5 districts, but you give them part of the other district and make it 5 districts, but everybody get paid the same thing. One is no better than other. Just because I had a president and a pro tem, I didn't think they was no better than me, because I thought I did just as much as they did. Probably more, because I was out there all the time on the ground. So with that being said, that's going to be a problem for the residents. And what else did you touch on? I just briefly wanted to mention about the master plan. There's a plan, but you're just not in the plan. There's other people here making plans for us. Now, the thing for Pontiac to do is get up, fight, and say, we live here. I just left from down Detroit. Beautiful down there. That's our makeup. Beautiful down here, but ain't going to be nothing in the neighborhood. That's what the plan is. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Order, please. That concludes our agenda address.
Okay, we are now at resolutions. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Anthony Dombrowski, moved by Councilman Rutherford? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Parker. Mr. Dombrowski was an employee of the city of Pontiac, and when he retired, he was the Parks and Forestry Supervisor for the city of Pontiac. He passed away this month at the age of 72, and we adopt this resolution honoring his life, but also his service to the city of Pontiac. The work that he did served the Pontiac residents of the past, the Pontiac residents today, and his work will continue to serving through the forestry initiatives that were undertaken. His work and legacy continues on. Any discussion from council on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution honoring the life and service of Anthony Dombrowski. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution in support of the Webster Community
Moved by
Center?
So
Carrington.
moved.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. All right, so this project in question, many people are familiar. It's located on West Huron between Telegraph and Johnson in Pontiac's District 2. This city council has voted on 2 other items related to that project of converting the former elementary school that's now vacant into a community center by the nonprofit organization that's leading that effort. So in January of last year, we passed a resolution supporting that building being added to the National Register of Historic Places. That resolution was adopted, and ultimately the state office did approve that, so they are now a National Historic Site, as are many other locations in our city. Second, an obsolete property rehabilitation district and proposal specifically to that building was considered by the City Council. The City Council did vote to approve that obsolete property rehabilitation district, and then specifically their application for the proposal, which means that as it's being rehabilitated, that the tax payment that would be there is sort of capped based on before that rehabilitation for a period of years. And now what's before us is really symbolic, but just says that we are advocate and support the project. This helps them as they pursue their finalization with the Michigan Strategic Fund. The MSF is part of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, or MEDC, and so really it just allows us to essentially write a letter of support. The mayor has written a letter of support, so this resolution mirrors that, but it's just showing this is a formalized way, because this particular Michigan Strategic Fund, they like it very formal. So it's our way of adding our formal support. So the therefore be it resolved reads, the Pontiac City Council hereby formally declares the City of Pontiac support for the Webster Community Center project, and further resolved, the city submits our support of the project via correspondence to the Michigan Strategic Fund for their review, and further resolved, we're grateful for the Michigan Strategic Fund's continued interest in this crucial project in our Pontiac community. So it's worth noting and it's worth celebrating that the organization actually has secured the money necessary, the very substantial funds necessary. Because that wasn't guaranteed, and that was something that might not have come to pass. So they've been able to do that. We've been informed that there will be a groundbreaking in recent weeks or in upcoming weeks or months, which of course we'll share to the community as soon as we know that date, so that everyone could be a part of that. And I can also share that it's one of many different nonprofits or private efforts to convert vacant schools into something useful or repurposed in the city. And so we as a city, and the mayor and his administration can speak to this more, because it hasn't necessarily come to us yet for a vote, but I know that they've been trying to assist those organizations with getting grant funding or pursuing other resources, so that way, just as with this success, there can be many other community activities or improvements, and also resolving vacant or no longer active school buildings, of which we have many throughout the city. So I just wanted to flag that. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I'm just so proud of Micah 6 and all they've done to make sure that they secure the bag. I think oftentimes people don't recognize what they do in the community by feeding people every week, delivering fresh groceries, fresh produce every week, helping families when they have emergency situations every week. And I think that it's just a well-done situation. They're going to do so much more in the district and in the city of Pontiac for years to come. So shouts out to Coleman Yoakum for his tireless effort and the whole Micah 6 organization. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Coleman Yoakum and the whole Micah 6 organization, together with their partners, have just done an amazing job raising an enormous amount of funding for this project. And the last piece of that is getting assistance from the Michigan Strategic Fund. But just in order to get to that threshold, they had to raise an enormous amount of money, many millions of dollars. In the final 11th hour of that process, because of construction cost inflation, they needed some additional funds beyond that they had budgeted. And I do just want to commend our grants director, Alex Borngesser, for working with Coleman Yoakum and connecting him with the Pontiac Funders Collaborative to help get them over that very final and unexpected hump that was created just because of just how much the cost of construction, labor, and materials has been going up over the past year or so. So many thanks to our director for her assistance in the final lap there. But also, as the council president noted, there are other efforts afoot in the community to redevelop old schools as well. And a couple of those, at least, involve looking to repurpose properties with an eye towards a forward-facing community center purpose in whole or in part. One of those, of course, is the city's acquisition of the former McCarroll School site to build a new community center to serve as a home of our youth recreation programming. We've talked about that at previous city council meetings, and the city now owns that property, and we will soon be going out with an RFP to hire a design consultant, either an architect or a design build company, to lead a community design process so that we make sure that we're incorporating in that design all of the amenities that the community, our residents, want to see for the future home of our youth recreation programming. But another private effort is taking place, or on the cusp of taking place, with the old Franklin Elementary School as well. And the owner of that location wants to redevelop that site for several purposes, but including, among others, a community-facing purpose as well. So stay tuned as more announcements are on the way. But as I think everyone in the community knows and appreciates, as the school enrollment in the community has dropped quite dramatically in the past 20 years, a lot of our former schools, both elementary schools, middle schools, and even Pontiac Central for that matter, were closed. And a lot of those school buildings remain vacant, and we certainly have our work cut out to try to repurpose and redevelop those sites throughout the city.
Further discussion on the resolution before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution supporting the Webster Community Center project in Pontiac. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we'll submit that to the Michigan Strategic Fund for their review. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the agreement for participation in the OCAT project and receipt of automobile theft prevention authority
So moved.
grant funds between Oakland County through the Sheriff's Office and the City of Pontiac through the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Pontiac Substation?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That motion is now before us. We give the floor to the mayor for presentation.
Well, thank you very much. This is an item that we addressed last year as well. It's an opportunity to bring grant funding to bear to ramp up efforts to prevent auto theft in the community. And it's an annual grant opportunity. I'd like to invite our Director of Grants, Alex Borngesser, to the podium to talk in greater detail about the opportunity. And I see we also have some representatives of the Sheriff's Office here as well, if Director Borngesser or Council would like them to offer some of their insights as well.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. The Sheriff's Office is here, and they'll speak in detail about the agreement and the application for the auto theft prevention funds. What you have before you is a resolution that will authorize the mayor to execute an agreement referred to as the Oakland County Automobile Theft Prevention Team Agreement. This is sometimes referred to as OCAT. This agreement will allow us to enter into an application for funds for APTA, which is the Auto Theft Prevention Authority grant program. The agreement, as you see, is included in the packet, and the Sheriff's Office is here to discuss any questions you might have.
If you'd like to speak, so that way the council and the community have a sense of what's entailed.
Have him turn the mic on.
Okay. And the microphone button is at the bottom to the right, and the red light demonstrates that it's active. There we go.
Good evening, Sergeant Negri of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Auto Theft Task Force. I'm also the grant manager for the unit as well. The resolution would be just that it's an agreement to say that we can apply for the grant and that Pontiac would like to remain participating in that. And I know that Pontiac's been doing this for a long time. So I'm here to answer any questions, but I can tell you a little bit about the unit. It's comprised of Oakland County, Pontiac, Hazel Park, Farmington Hills, Detroit, and Southfield. In the fiscal year 2022, we made 216 arrests and 509 vehicle recoveries for a total of $11,753,356 recovered. This year, in 2023, we have 425 vehicles already recovered and 193 arrests. Just in the last month, in June, Pontiac had 12 arrests, Southfield had 5, and Farmington had 3. But I was looking at the numbers here in Pontiac just over the past week. In just Kia thefts alone, there was 12 attempted Kia thefts in the city. An additional 6 successful stolen Kia thefts within the city. And that's just in the last week. So it's important.
And what have been the long-term trends? Obviously, it seems as though there's concerted and coordinated efforts throughout the region, you know, in terms of like a large parking lot, other areas that get targeted. Is it something where you're seeing an increase or, on the incline or on the decline, so that way residents get a sense of where the trends are moving?
Well, auto theft across the state and across the country, the trend is increasing. Kia thefts being one of the most popular ones because it's so easy. And Kia is working to beef up their securities, but that particular brand of vehicle is very easy to steal. So they're out there, they're doing it. As far as organized, yes, there's organized groups and folks that steal these cars and they take them to chop shops or they take them and ship them overseas. So all the detectives on the task force are experts in this field, and they work hard to prevent that.
Thank you. Further discussion of the motion before us? I've been able to review it, but do you want to share in terms of the financial obligation or impact to Pontiac taxpayers?
Well, the grant is roughly $2 million. The request is roughly $2 million. Pontiac has one detective assigned to the city through the sheriff's office. However, because Pontiac's so busy, we actually provide an additional detective that's just through the sheriff's office, not through the city of Pontiac. I don't have those particular figures in front of me, but I can present them when we receive the award, and I can bring those back to you.
Right. Just want to make sure that the community knows that this isn't us incurring further financial obligations. It's in fact hoping to pursue funding that would expand the services, expand the prevention or the recovery at no direct expense to Pontiac taxpayers.
Correct.
Further discussion? Councilman Parker, was that a hand? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution to approve the agreement for participation in the OCAT project and receipt of Automobile Theft Prevention Authority grant funds between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you for your time tonight. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the mayor?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Rutherford for adoption of the resolution to authorize the mayor to execute the Lowe's Hometowns Grant Program Agreement 2023. We've got good news, good money for a good cause, the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. Mayor Grimel.
Thank you. Yes, as I think everyone knows, we are currently involved in renovating both the Bowen Center and the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. These upgrades include everything from making sure that we have ADA compliant bathrooms to improving the overall aesthetics of the community centers. These centers have not been upgraded in decades. In some cases, they have changed. They have not changed at all since the city took over these locations and used them for senior centers. Both of these locations existed previously before the city obtained them and turned them into senior centers. And so these centers are really in a lot of need of upgrades and renovations and improvements. And we're excited about the renovations that are ongoing there, but the existing grant-funded budgets for those centers does not address all of the urgent needs. And so our grants department has been working very diligently to try to obtain additional funding so that we can do another round of renovations after the current round of renovations is completed. And this grant of $200,000 is to do additional renovation work beyond this round at the Ruth Peterson Center. In addition, we're pursuing additional grants to do additional work at the Bowen Center as well. So I'd like our grants director, Alex Borngesser, to talk about this grant, but if you could, Director Borngesser, touch on additional grant opportunities that we're pursuing for the Bowen Center as well. I don't want people to think we're leaving out the Bowen Center. That would be terrific. Thanks.
Yeah, we would certainly not do that. What you have before you is a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute the grant agreement with the Lowe's Hometowns Grant Program. This will be administered through an organization called Points of Light. Oftentimes, large corporate foundations utilize grant administrators, and that's what you'll see here. The grant agreement is with the Lowe's Foundation, and it is for $200,000. It will authorize us to execute a project that will make improvements to Ruth Peterson Center, including asbestos abatement, which is for the flooring, replacement of the flooring in the multipurpose room, the kitchen room, the eating area, and the hallways. In addition, it will replace all of the commercial kitchen equipment with upgraded commercial-grade kitchen equipment, refrigeration, salad bars, warming stations, prep stations, things of that nature. So it would be a really exciting improvement to the Ruth Peterson Center. And again, we continue to pursue additional grant funds for both of our centers. We currently have a grant application to a funder that is the same in nature and the same amount for the Robert Bowen Center. It would include asbestos abatement, flooring replacement, and kitchen renovations for the Robert Bowen Center. So beyond that, we are awaiting decisions from funders on upgrades to the computer labs for both centers. We did apply to a grant program earlier this year, and we were denied because we don't get everything we apply for. So we will try again and continue to make improvements for our aging and senior community.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
First of all, good job as always, Ms. Borngesser. But I do have a question, just for me, because it's a time to ask you. What is the update on the doors at the Bowen Center, and when will the lavatories be finished? Do we have an actual date?
So I don't have a date. We had a biweekly check-in on Tuesday, which we have every other week. I did get photos of a couple of the locks needing adjustments and some final touches to some exterior handrail painting. But I have not received a final date. I'll check in with them. I think it's very soon. The final items on what we refer to as a punch list were very minor, correction of placement of the locking mechanism on the bathroom stall doors and things like that. So I'll send over the bi-weekly update to you and share that information with you. It's a report from the contractor and the contractor that oversees the project, and then get a firm deadline from them for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, just to answer that question, I was talking with the engineering firm that's overseeing the project yesterday, and they indicated that, and we were talking about one particular entrance, and they said that door would be delivered this coming Monday, so 6 days from now. I'm assuming, although we were talking about that one particular entrance, that all of the doors are likely to be delivered at the same time, so I would think they're going to be delivered next week. And he indicated that they would be installed within a week after their delivery. So in answer to your question about the doors, that's the information that I have.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion on the motion before us? On behalf of the taxpayers of Pontiac, thank you and your team for pursuing all possible resources. I want to thank the Lowe's Hometowns Grants for awarding the city of Pontiac. And on behalf of the senior citizens of Pontiac, thank you for pursuing resources and upgrades for both of our senior community centers. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Relatedly, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Pro Tem Carrington. This proposed budget amendment for our current fiscal year would be increasing the budget revenues in the amount of $200,000, the amount of the grant that's being awarded. And that would go to account 212-000-675.000, Lowe's H, contribution from private source, and appropriations in the amount of $37,308 to account 212-813-818.000, Lowe's H, other professional services, $70,792 to account 212-813-976.001, Lowe's H, building additions and improvements, and $91,900 to account 212-813-977.008, Lowe's H, special equipment reflecting the Lowe's Hometowns Grant Award. So long story short, this authorizes the clerk to publish the notice of the amendment. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks for us to actually consider the budget amendment. And really what it just updates our budget to say, hey, we're getting more cash specifically for this grant, and this is how we're putting it in the right bucket. Any further discussion? Well, that's the motion. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the clerk will publish the notice of that proposed budget amendment. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks for further discussion, and the community is welcome to provide feedback and comment next week and the week that follows. All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the next proposed budget amendment? It's establishing appropriations in the amount of $1,100,000 to the account for ARP, HRP, other
So
professional
moved.
services. And so that's moved by Councilman Rutherford. Supported by Councilman Parker.
I do have a question.
Sure. And so ARP, HRP is shorthand for American Rescue Plan Home Repair Program. So we'll give the administration an opportunity to give the context. But again, this will be before us in 2 weeks as a budget amendment, but we want to authorize the clerk to publish the notice. Mayor Grimel.
Thank you. So when council approved the home repair program using over $3 million in American Rescue Plan dollars, our intention was to do this in 3 distinct phases or stages of $1.1 million each. We initiated the first phase of $1.1 million, and we had enormous demand from homeowners who have been interested in obtaining grant funding to repair their homes. And that demand far outstripped the available funding with that initial tranche of $1.1 million. And so we're now proposing that we accelerate and move forward the second tranche of $1.1 million to expand the opportunities that are available immediately for our homeowners. Director Borngesser will get into all of the details about just how overwhelming the demand was and why we think it's so important and urgent to immediately release the second installment of the $1.1 million. I know that she and her team are also working very diligently to identify additional funding beyond the initial $3.3 million that was budgeted for the program. I believe they've already identified another $400,000, and they continue to work to bring additional resources to bear because we want to make sure that everybody who qualifies for this program has an opportunity to participate. And with that, Director Borngesser.
Thank you, Mayor. What you see before you is a budget amendment resolution that reflects an increased budget appropriation for the home repair program. As you know, it was our intention to phase this program. We thought it best to go slow to go fast, and we did request a budget appropriation for the first phase. The first day of the program allowed us very little time to reflect on it allowed us very little space to begin to understand the full need and full scope of the need in the community. Aside from that, it was great. And as most of you know, I've spoken about this in subcommittee and with each of you personally over the phone. We received a very high volume of calls within the first 90 minutes of the program launching. We had 10 of us on the phones, myself, my entire team, individuals from the community development team, and other interns and volunteers who made their way to our office downstairs. Upon arrival, we had a line of residents around the corner outside of our doors, excited for the program, and we had enough voicemails to fill the program in the first 4 minutes that the phones were open. I have never experienced a call volume of this magnitude. I'm happy to say that our phone system can handle it. I have engaged with call centers of greater magnitude than this my time at large law firms and have never seen a call volume like we received for this program. Our objective is to serve the public, and I think in the best interest of Pontiac residents, it is appropriate for us to appropriate additional resources to this program now so that we can serve folks immediately. The great need that I saw from the folks who were calling, the voicemails that we've received, it gives me clear evidence that this community needs home repair and they need it now. Our phased approach is not appropriate, and we need to provide assistance to residents as quickly as we can, as efficiently as we can. And I think with the resources we have available to us at this moment, this is the best solution that I can find, is to take the phase 2 funding, appropriate it immediately, begin applying it to residents as we have continued to do. To put it into perspective, the hotline received 1,900 calls on June 21st. That resulted in 600 voicemails received that same day. That same day, we scheduled 286 application appointments, which, as you know, is part of the process. These appointments are set every hour, Monday through Thursday, for 10 weeks, allowing Fridays for us to be able to process the paperwork. And since the closure of the program, the department has received hundreds of additional calls. These call logs do not include the calls we received individually. They do not include the calls that came through on our cell phones. They do not include the calls that were sent to the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. Those do not include the folks who stood in line outside of our offices at 7:30 in the morning. So with this evidence and this kind of clear description of need for our Pontiac residents, I kindly ask that the council review and approve the resolution to authorize the clerk to publish a budget amendment which would reflect an appropriation of additional resources for this program.
Thank you, Ms. Born-Gasser.
Any questions from council?
My question is to the administration. Last year, when we moved the $10 million into the general budget, seeing the need that we have for housing, is there any way we could move some of that back so that we have more funding for this program? And if not, are we actively pursuing more funding for this program? Because it seems like this program and the small business grants and small business grants is going to be an issue. It's going to be like a hot topic, and we need to make sure we can serve all of our constituents, or at least some of them. So I yield my question to the Mayor Graham.
Great question, Councilwoman. The short answer is yes, we are pursuing additional funding, as I mentioned, and I'm open to looking at dedicating some general fund dollars to this program if we're not able to obtain additional grant funding to fund this program. I do think this is very, very important to our residents to invest in our homeowners in the community, which not only benefits the homeowners, I want to emphasize, but also benefits the entire neighborhood where those homes are located as well, as we improve and beautify any homes in that neighborhood. And so the answer is yes. However, the reason we're not recommending moving more funds into this than we're proposing tonight is because we also have some staffing capacity challenges. We can only inspect so many houses in such a short amount of time. We can only do so many interviews with applicants within a certain amount of time. So at this point, this is about as much funding, the $2.2 million between the two groups of $1.1 million each, that we have the staffing capacity to properly process in the next several months. But during those next several months, we're going to continue to pursue additional grant funding. And if we're not able to obtain a sufficient amount of grant funding, we can certainly have that conversation about looking at our general fund.
And my follow-up question would be to you, Ms. Born-Gasser. Just like you pursue funding for Art Dunlap and for other things, are you active? Do you have a call sheet or a call to order so that maybe we as a council can help support you in this effort?
I would love that. So right now we are exploring grant applications, one in particular to a MISHTA program, and I'd be happy to send it to you.
Thank you.
It would allow us to add additional funds to the home repair program. I think it's important to also keep in mind that it would change some of the structure of the program because they have different income limits, different requirements, and so we will have to be nimble, which our department is perfectly prepared to do. But I think communicating to residents that additional funding from different sources would change the nature of the program. We are also considering an application to several private funders, which I'd be happy to discuss with you once we sort of have our applications ironed out. We did also today receive communication from HUD that they have assigned a representative to us, which has indicated that we are on a clear path to bringing CDBG back in-house, which was our objective for the year. Though no final determination has been made, assigning a representative to guide us through the application process in October indicates to me that we are on the right path. And I think there's an opportunity for us to use block grant to satisfy a portion of this program on an ongoing basis. Certainly not to the magnitude that we see it here, but I think any additional resources to support the program would be helpful.
Councilman Goodman.
So just to ask, kind of, because you mentioned some requirements changes if we were to possibly be involved with MISTA. Can you elaborate how that would change compared to the existing program? That's my first question.
Sure. I don't want to rattle off facts and figures as it pertains to the grant program. The NOFO was released last week, so I will send it to you. But any number of programs that are funded with federal dollars have income limitations and guidelines. Typically, that's low to moderate income, which implies between 60 and 80% of area median income. Right now, we are at 80% AMI, and so depending on whichever program we did apply for, if it included federal funding, it might change the income limits for the program, and I think it's important to make that clear.
Thank you for that. So removing from I think that was a very important thing to mention. I think everything that has happened with this program has shown that there is a massive need to repair homes in our city. I think it became very apparent when I got a call explaining to me that there was a line of people wrapped outside the building, that we had reached capacity within hours. I was at work when I got that phone call. But it goes to put in perspective that the thing that we were doing was much needed by the community. It was dramatically important. But I don't think that going into this, the city, including council and the mayor's office, fully understood the depth of what we were, of where we were as a city. I truly do not think that we understood at all that the immense need that the people had. And now I think we need to not only figure out, one, how do we carry out the rest of this program the best way that we can, but we, and I say this almost every time, need to figure out how to go beyond, because in addition to just the 44 residents who we did help, who, we were able to get some of this funding, there was over 200 appointments made, and there was over, let's say, a couple thousand, because again, not just including the phone calls that were coming directly to that office. There are a lot of people who need help, and we need to be very aggressive in terms of how we go about trying to get that funding, because this is not a small need. We have learned very fast that that's not what it is. So we need to act accordingly.
Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilwoman James.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I just want to say thank you for you and your staff and how you handled all the calls and getting people in fast. But I definitely would like to see us look at using some funds from our general accounts, basically because I know people that got turned down by just $150 or $200 meeting the qualifications of this project. And and like you said earlier, if we go through MISTA funds, it's going to limit the requirement. It's going to limit our community even greater, which I want that to happen too. But I think that we have to have a set of two different programs running at the same time so we can help a greater need in our community. Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Carrington. I do think that the $10 million that we put into the general fund from the opera, and one of the reasons why I voted to do that is because it allowed the city more flexibility in how those funds would be used once they were brought into the general fund. So I would like to see us think about using some of those funds to be able to boost this program and expand its reach. The two questions that I have, though, has anyone been approved for the program? I know we've talked about how many applicants we had in that one day, but have we had any approvals at this point? And then the second question is, since we are moving up phase 2, will there be any changes in the requirements for this new phase?
So to answer your first question, no one has received a formal approval letter to date, and that is on purpose. The system was designed to, or the process was designed to have folks come to their initial intake appointment, have an appointment with Matthew Turner-Reed, who is our housing specialist, who's been doing a wonderful job. He's conducted roughly 90 interviews to this point, which is a large volume. Once he reviews their application and all of their materials, he either moves them on to the next round of review, or he sends them a denial letter. Denials take place based on income, incomplete documentation, perhaps someone doesn't actually own the property, things of that nature. Once they're moved to the next phase of review, that includes a home inspection by the city's home repair inspector. She has been reviewing all of the materials. She goes out to the home, she performs an inspection, and she provides us with a scope of work. So right now she's determining the scope of work. We are making decisions about critical home repairs. We do meet on Fridays at 2 p.m. in the grants office downstairs. We will then review the scopes of work to make sure they fit within the merit criteria of the program as defined by council and others, and then formal approvals will take place. Erin just completed her first round of home inspection, and our first meeting will be this Friday to review for approvals.
Okay, and the
second question,
Yeah.
sorry. The second phase, if we did roll it into this phase, would just be a continuation of that 286 appointments. As Councilman Goodman said, the first phase of funding would cover roughly 44 homes, though we did schedule 286 appointments. Like I said, we made calls to each of the council members and described the situation we were in and asked for permission to continue to schedule those appointments, understanding that roughly 1/3 or half of them would drop off due to ineligibility, and that has been par for the course. We have had a significant number of denials just based on income or a property records, folks not providing the right documentation, things of that nature, which we assumed would happen. And so we overscheduled, understanding that we would need to meet that minimum number of folks to satisfy the full amount of funding.
Councilman Goodman.
And so I think another thing that we need to point out and call attention to here is that regardless, we are kind of in a rough position because this program is meant for people who are truly at need or below, but there is also a decent number of people who would be at 100% of the area median income who also simply can't afford repairs as well. Like, we're limiting it, trying to make sure that the people who need the most help are getting it, but even so, I think we also need to recognize that there are even more people outside of who would have qualified for just this program that also need a dramatic amount of help. And that's people who, again, for whatever purposes, may be considered above the income that's here, but is still in dramatic need of help because of just circumstance or house condition. So I think that's, again, also a thing we really need to stress the importance of just how large this need is, again, outside the people who we were also going to even be able to reach with this program by itself.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Two questions. One is for Mayor Grimel. Last week, we gave a waiver to the county for a rehab agreement, which is done in good faith because we try to help the county out. Do you foresee in the foreseeable future of them returning the favor and giving us more ARPA dollars because we gave them those waivers, which was $50,000 that could be attributed to this program? I yield to the mayor for that one.
Yeah, I think just to be a little more specific about the arrangement with the county in terms of rehab agreements, the real reason we did it is because they had a dedicated revenue stream that they identified in the form of a grant. So we were confident that they would have the funds necessary to demolish the derelict properties if they weren't able to rehab them. The short answer is yes, we have put in requests with the county for additional ARPA dollars. They have allocated some ARPA dollars to various categories of grant programs that communities can apply for. And we want to make sure that we're continuing to pursue additional ARPA dollars from the county. And as the director said, we're pursuing some dollars from MISTA, which may be income restricted, but we're also pursuing dollars from private foundations, which hopefully would not be income restricted, or at least not as tightly income restricted. So the hope is, to Council President Pro Tem Carrington's point, that ultimately we would be running two programs. We'd be running one program with income guidelines so that we can make sure that those most in need get the dollars they need to renovate and improve their homes, but then we'd be running another program with either no income restrictions or higher income restrictions to make sure that higher income individuals in the community could also get assistance.
Okay, and then my follow-up question is to Ms. Borngasser. Earlier during the year, you was telling us about funding from the county that's already allocated. How many people have actually been able to apply? So if they didn't qualify for our program, but have applied for the program that you talk about, and if you can tell us what that program is so that people at home know about it, that they can actually pursue with the county as well. Thank you.
Certainly. So the county did, as the mayor mentioned, create sort of grant programs that mirrored some of the programs we're running. We did work closely with the county to show them our application process to make sure that they could run in parallel. The program with the county is essentially a mirror of ours, and we're really excited about that because we like what we've built. The program would have the same income limit restraints and the same award ceilings and things of that nature. I do believe they bid that out to be managed by an outside organization. I believe that bid was awarded to Habitat for Humanity, and I know that was made just in the last few weeks, so I don't believe that they are ready to launch yet.
Okay.
I think they're a little bit behind us, but we have been following up with Habitat to make sure that when they are ready, we can hopefully work together to usher some of the folks who couldn't make it through our program to theirs, and figure out ways to make sure that our applications are similar and that our folks are able to access that program very easily.
Okay, so it hasn't debuted as of now?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any final discussion? The motion before us is authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment that would appropriate $1.1 million of the American Rescue Plan funds specifically to the home repair programs, other professional services, to basically speed up and expand the impact of our city's home repair program. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish that proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The clerk, please publish that proposed budget amendment. It'll be back before us for further consideration in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve an agreement with National Network for Safe
So
Communities
moved.
Support.
to develop and implement a group violence program in the city of Pontiac for a 2-year period? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. We give the floor to the mayor for presentation.
Thank you. This agenda item relates to an opportunity that a group called the National Network for Safe Communities runs throughout the entire country. It's a group violence intervention program, commonly known as Ceasefire, and it's really designed to prevent violence from occurring. I think the Sheriff's Department does a very good job of responding to crime, including violent crime, after it has occurred, but the whole premise of the National Network for Safe Communities program is to try to do more to intervene early on with at-risk individuals who are at risk of committing violence to try to prevent it from occurring in the first place. And they do that in partnership with law enforcement, but also with social service and social providers in the community, mental health service providers, for example, economic support services in the community, and then also with respected community leaders. That may be pastors, it may be other community leaders, it may be former educators, it could be current educators, but trying to support and facilitate a group, all hands on deck approach that can go to individuals who we know are at risk of committing violence and have those tough conversations with them, that they've got really two choices to make. They can either continue to go down the path that they're heading in and end up likely dead or in prison, or they can move in a more constructive direction. And the National Network for Safe Communities has successfully implemented these programs all across the country, including in cities like Chicago. But they've also done it in two cities here in Michigan, Detroit and Jackson. I visited with the Jackson program last year. I know that we had the National Network for Safe Communities and their representatives do a presentation at a city council meeting, and city council had an opportunity to ask questions of them about how this program would work. The one issue that arose when we did have this conversation was the price tag, because National Network for Safe Communities comes in and does a really intensive 2-year program to get the programming up and operating in a community. And then it does more of a maintenance program, if you will, that's less expensive and less intensive in years 3, 4, and thereafter. But in the first 2 years, the National Network for Safe Communities does a very intensive approach with communities, including a problem assessment to really try to figure out on an individual basis, because every community is different, what is really driving the epidemic of violence in this particular community, in Pontiac in this case. And the initial price tag that they gave us for that initial 2-year period was a total, again, spread over 2 years, of $415,000. I know that some of us were concerned about just the magnitude of that sum. I did have conversations with the National Network for Safe Communities in the past few weeks, and we have been able to secure a reduced price of just under $284,000 over that 2-year period. So that's a substantial reduction from the initial $415,000. They were able to do that by reducing some travel expenses and some other things that they do not believe will jeopardize the quality of the program offerings. So we're excited about that. I do want to emphasize that there are additional expenses that we as a city will be responsible for that are not included in that price tag. In particular, we will have to pay for at least a couple of staff members here locally, in particular a project manager and a support and outreach coordinator to help facilitate the early interventions. That is not included in this initial 2-year agreement with the National Network for Safe Communities. But we do have a substantial amount of ARPA dollars that have been set aside specifically for public safety purposes. And I think it's imperative that we move forward quickly to try to do more to prevent violence from happening in the first place. This is literally, quite literally, a matter of life and death for members of our community. And so if Council gives the go-ahead, we will enter into an agreement with the National Network for Safe Communities and do the preliminary work to get this program up and operating, and work with the National Network for Safe Communities over the coming 2-year period. And as part of that, we'll bring needed budget amendments before Council for approval as well.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys for doing your due diligence and trying to get the price down lower. This program actually does work. We see it works in different cities like Chicago or Detroit, and it has been known to de-escalate when there's an when there's an incident in the community, so I commend you on that. But I do have a question. Number one, what is the timeline for when we're going to put these jobs out? Because in past times, we've had jobs posted for months and they haven't been filled. Number two, what is the actual budget for the salary that we're going to pay for the director and for the outreach person, and what are going to be the requirements for them to have? What degree, what social skills, what fine motors, whatever they have to have. Do you already have that in place?
Yeah, so great questions. We put a timeline that was provided by the National Network for Safe Communities in the council packet. A number of those items, including conducting the problem analysis, for example, to really identify what's driving violence here in the city, were said to be done in Q1, that is to say within the first 3 months of them coming on board. However, the hiring of the positions locally are even sooner than that. They're identified as, quote, ASAP in the plan. And that's because they really want those people on board to be part of the problem analysis and the very early work that the National Network for Safe Communities will do. So really, ASAP means as soon as possible. So as soon as we get approval from City Council, the hope would be within 3 or 4 weeks, we'd have people hired into these positions. And in terms of the qualifications and who to hire into those positions, we would certainly want to seek the expertise and advice of the National Network for Safe Communities, because they, I think, more than anybody, have a sense of what really is needed for these positions to make them effective. We would be part of the hiring process, but in terms of the details, it would be my recommendation that we really seek the advice of the National Network for Safe Communities in terms of the qualifications and pay. Now, they have provided us with some sample information along those lines, and we can certainly share that with City Council so that you can help identify people who might be good in these roles. But they, I think, would likely have some additional insights to share beyond just the sample qualifications that they've shared from other communities.
And my only other question would be, because I want to make sure I ask this, Mayor Grimo, so we're splitting the $283,000 up in 2 years, and then the additional fund. What's the totality of everything that we're going to pay from the city side, as well as the $283,000 that we're paying them?
Yeah, again, there's some fluctuation, obviously, around the exact salary amounts, but between the salaries for the two positions and the benefits for those two positions, I think conservatively, we'd probably be talking about an additional $200,000 per year. One of the positions is substantially higher paying than the other one, but taking into account, but they're both paid less than $100,000 in terms of salary. I think one of the positions, they benchmarked pay at around $80,000 or so per year, and the other one at $50,000 to $60,000 per year. But when you take into account benefits as well, I think you'd be looking at around $200,000 per year, in addition to this total over 2 years, so about of $283,000, so about per year there, about $142,000 or so, if my math's right. And so you'd be looking at $142,000 for each of the first 2 years paid to the National Network for Safe Communities, plus approximately $200,000 or so for the two local staff people.
Thank you.
My question would be, are we envisioning the American Rescue Plan resources being covering all or part of those, the national organization and salaries as well?
Yeah, the American Rescue Plan dollars that are currently allocated, I believe, are $500,000 for public safety. So that alone would not cover the full amount for the 2 years. It would cover the full amount for the National Network for Safe Communities for the 2 years, and it would cover the first year of salaries for the two positions. But beyond that, our intention is to pursue grant funding to sustain the program in year 2 in terms of the local compensation, and beyond in terms of the local compensation, plus the lower level of charges that the National Network for Safe Communities would require just to continue to be involved on an annual basis moving forward. Now, I certainly, if we weren't able to secure grant funding and we determine that the program is effective, I think it certainly merits general fund appropriations to try to reduce violence in our community. but our first preference, as always, is to try to secure grant funding. And the other thing I would emphasize is, if we decide after year, 3 or 4 that it's not paying the dividends we'd like in terms of reducing violence, there's nothing that requires us to continue with the program. But given the successful track record of this program elsewhere in the country, I think it makes a lot of sense for us to put it in place and see over the coming several years whether it works here in Pontiac just as it has elsewhere.
Further discussion? I want to celebrate and acknowledge the Mayor's Anti-Violence Commission members that helped inspire and encourage active consideration and vetting of this initiative and their track record. And I if they're watching, I know a few are in the audience this evening, I just want to acknowledge the volunteer time and effort that they put in, that they are the catalyst for why we are here at this moment. And I want to thank the City Council's Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee for very thoroughly vetting and considering this proposal. And of course, we as a full council had some review of it as well. So I just want to thank the community members that brought us to this point. We want to, of course, solve crime. We want to catch perpetrators of crime. But the effort that we're considering tonight is preventing that in the first place. For their sake, for the perpetrator's sake, for the potential victim's sake, for the overall community's health sake. So this is trying from a different approach, but it's following a model that has worked in the community in the past over the decades, informally. Maybe not with this name, maybe not with a federal twist, that making these interventions and building the bonds of community and having sort of stakeholders and elders and advocates and men, counseling and advising and encouraging younger brethren, it makes a difference. And so it's taking those best practices and putting resources behind it. Mayor Greimel, then Councilwoman James.
Well, I've been remiss in not acknowledging the hard work that the Anti-Violence Commission has done. All of the members on the Anti-Violence Commission have done amazing work in exploring a number of strategies and strongly recommending this among other programming. Kano Phillips, in particular, who has served as the chair of the Anti-Violence Commission, has been a really strong advocate for us adopting this program with the National Network for Safe Communities. He really regrets that he wasn't able to be here tonight because of a couple of pre-existing obligations. I do see that we have Brian Killian Bay, though, in the audience. He's been a very active and contributing member to the Anti-Violence Commission, so thank you, Mr. Killian Bay, for being here. And I don't know if we have any other members of the commission in the audience, but
Council representatives.
Oh yes, of course. Actually, good point. Forgive me. And we've got Councilwoman Kathleen James, who is on the commission, as well as Councilman Pastor William Parker. So and Councilman President Pro Tem William Carrington. So thank you all for your participation with the Anti-Violence Commission and everything you do in the community.
Further discussion? I just want to emphasize that the council very keenly hears how much this evening, and in particular, it's just been invoked now, that the Grants and Philanthropy team will be pursuing grant funding. We acknowledge and really appreciate how much they are expanding the capacity on all these fronts. And so from a retention and expansion purpose, please communicate to the council and bring proposals to the council, ways that we could solidify and fortify your ability to retain the very excellent team, because they're administering so much, but they're bringing more resources to the table that are expanding us when it comes to crime prevention, when it comes to automobile theft, when it comes to senior center renovations, when it comes to home repair program, being able to expand to that. And that's just what we're talking about tonight. That's just a sliver or a fraction of what they've been able to do and are actively pursuing right now. And I know the City Council very much wants to make sure that your team in that department can remain, grow, and continue to flourish. Further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman James, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say, first of all, I want to also thank our president, Mr. Phillips, for his leadership in all of the areas that we have been working on as an anti-violence commission. I want to thank the mayor, Dr. Semino Scott, and all of the members of the Anti-Violence Commission for their work. But taking the time for the mayor, for going to these other sites to look at what was being done and to be able to put this whole proposal together. I am so proud of the efforts that have taken place. And I want to say, if this saves one life, it's worth every dime. If it saves one life, if it saves one parent from suffering that heartbreak of getting a call that their child, the life of their child has been cut off, it is worth every dime. So I am very, very much in support of working to prevent crimes. You know, it's one thing to go catch the guy, that's great, but it's even better to talk him out of doing that in the beginning. So kudos to everybody, and let's all pray that God will bless this program and will give us the success that we want out of it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? The motion before us is adoption of the resolution to approve an agreement with the National Network for Safe Communities to develop and implement a group violence program in the city of Pontiac for a 2-year period. Hearing no further discussion, I can't stop myself. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And so the National Network for Safe Communities, the ceasefire project preventing violence, the city of Pontiac is now in. And I want to thank the council members for your continued research and advocacy on this issue. And thank you to the member of the audience for the levity a moment ago. All right. We are at public comment. Are there any requests? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, President McGinnis, we have a nice long list tonight. I was assuming that's where y'all was trying to get to when you told us that we was taking too long. Mr. Carlton Jones. Turn the mic on, please.
Yeah, let me say this. I know 3 minutes won't be enough, but I just made a quick assessment of what we've done tonight. And I want to say, if you pay attention, and I appreciate the honesty and the hard work that our grant writer is making, and I really commend her. But if you listen closely, what she said is that it took them by surprise of what's happening here in Pontiac. And I'm going to follow back there. And what Sister Gloria Miller was saying earlier is that until we get in contact with the residents, we're going to constantly be bringing somebody from somewhere to try to figure out what's going on here. And I'm not against anything, but that's not the answer, guys. That's not the answer. We got to invest in our people. Because all people are going to do from the outside is come to us and try to figure it out. Then they're going to have everything to go get the grants themselves. They have all the information themselves, and they can be grant field, and they get the money on the top. I'm just saying that it's nothing against us trying to deal with the issues. But I'm going to tell you, the core issue of 3 things we talked about, well, 2 of them we talked about. Housing and crime is income. The statistics are out there. It's income. If we don't invest to raise the income level of our people, we're going to continuously have these same problems with housing and crime. Now, how we deal with income is we deal with, just like the state and the county set some goals to increase the income levels. What I've been talking about, guys, it's like I'm not here just to waste my time. It's like maybe we don't get it. We got to invest in educating our people to a higher level that they can get a higher income and crime will go down. Statistics show it. And if anybody know about the housing market, our housing market, most of it is over 60 years old. So it's going to create and putting some more money on there is going to be just like 2 Band-Aids on a bigger problem. we see in a short period of time, we had 2,000 phone calls. And if you don't increase the capacity of what we can handle, we're going to have the same problem. Now, I'm not here to gripe on anything. I want to come with some good news. And I want to say the good news. I told you earlier we've been tapped by the Department of Energy. We sent in 2 proposals today that's talk about capacity building to take Pontiac and make Pontiac a model for giving people jobs, giving people opportunity to come in and fix their homes. So hopefully you guys can be able to see this. There's funding at a much higher level. And what we have to stop doing is looking at all the giveaways and teach people how to fish. You learn how to feed yourself for a long time when you learn how to fish. Raise their income levels by investing in the people. We have an opportunity. You're going to hear about it as we go forward. We're not going to sit back and wait on this right here, opportunity, because it's a prize. It's not a grant. But wait, they've already told us that we're a good fit for it. So you hear more about it. I want to thank the mayor, and I want to thank the council leadership for supporting us with strong support letters for the whole council for this operation we're doing with Department of Energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Beatrice Wright.
I wanted to congratulate the city, first of all, on your wonderful Aaron. I didn't go to the Aaron Perry Family Fun Night, but I went to the fireworks, and they were magnificent. They were quality and quantity. Every time I thought they were over, they started again. And when I looked at the lot today, it looks like the lot got clean, because I know there's a lot of debris that comes from those fireworks. Now, back to the golf course. In looking at some data related to the redevelopment of golf courses, I found many articles that, because it's a hot topic, I found many articles in the National Law Review, and I forwarded 2 of them to a lawyer friend of mine, and I think I would like to forward them to maybe the attorney for the city. And I'm not saying what those articles said, but one of them was short enough that I decided to read it, and the name of it was Trouble in Paradise. That these are the things, basically 3 things that define these different golf courses. Was it a golf course first and then a development? Was it a concurrent development, golf course and development happened at the same time? Most of you know that ours was a golf course first. And then when the certain parties that wanted to redistribute wealth and get rid of the assets of urban areas, the legislature decided to call it, you can't balance your budget, so we're going to take you over. We're going to sell your assets. And contrary to common belief, the Pontiac Municipal Golf Course was making money, and Carlton knows, as I do, the former manager of the golf course, Early Jones, who went to college at Ferris State University and learned about golf course management, and says that our golf course was making money when they chose to sell it. So it's not over until it's over. And I think that the public is going to have to weigh in. Hopefully, our politicians won't be glassy-eyed and say, oh, we got some development, let's do it. I know that there is morale to be built among the citizenry, and I know that there are many people that want us to maintain a golf course. And somebody told me today, tell them to buy back our golf course.
That does conclude your
thank
time.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Robert Bass.
Good evening once again. Robert Bass, Citizen District Council. I didn't come to be divisive or to be argumentative, so I apologize for even speaking up. But I have one issue that I'm really here for. So, Mr. McGinnis, I'm going to start with you. You and Mr. Pro Tem Carrington should have this pamphlet. I want you to read that pamphlet. Okay. Now, here is, along with my membership, these are our supporters in District 1. Your predecessors left y'all in charge of citizen participation plan, City of Pontiac consolidated plan process, and community development block grant and home program. That is what we are ruled by. That means the CDC goes by those guidelines. So you got a text, you got an email this morning that put me to be like a second thought. Robert Bass has no standing whatsoever. The Citizen District Council is the leading body in District 1. The supporters make us the leading body, but this council is the one that put us in the position that we're in. So I just wanted to put that out there because I won't let my membership or the supporters be an afterthought in anybody's mind. So after you read that pamphlet, and if you want this, if you don't have it, the mayor has it. If you want this citizen participation plan, I'll get it to you. But I came here specifically to thank our state representative, Brenda Carter. I want to thank her for getting the money for the bridge, the additional money for the bridge. I also want to thank her for all the work that she's done over the years. I got 40 years in here, and out of 40 years, I can't say of another state representative that has worked as hard or as diligently and took the classes to be as educated in what she does as she has. Now, Brenda Carter, she's brought over $1 billion to the city of Pontiac. Now, you can check the figures. If I'm wrong, correct me. But she's brought about $1 billion to the city of Pontiac, and that's more than, any other representative, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Ms. Jean Matthews.
Good evening, everyone. Jean Matthews, 1142 Ekman Avenue. Just a special good evening to this council, President McGinnis, Pro Tem Carrington, council members, Mayor Grimal, Deputy Mayor Stevens, and Clerk Doyle. I'm here tonight to publicly share some appreciation of the many things that I see that are happening in the city of Pontiac. Sometimes we hear about a lot of negative things, but I look around and talking to so many other people, I just decided that I'm going to come to the podium tonight just to share a few. When I look around to see the road repair, the home repair program, and the new code enforcement officers that are going around our city and doing a great job, and from all the celebrations, from Juneteenth to the summer festival, to all the wonderful things that bring our families, this community together. I'm here to give a special thank you to Mayor Tim Grimal and his administration, Deputy Mayor Stevens, and to this council. And to thank you for all your efforts that you do here in this council chambers to move this city forward. I especially want to thank tonight from Mr. McIntyre's office, the code enforcement officer in our district, Ms. Chantel Stanford. I called her today to personally thank her. She thought I had a complaint, but I told her no, I wanted to personally thank you. And so, because we see her in our community, sometimes she doesn't even know we see her. But other community people will call me and say, oh, we saw one of these little white cars riding in our neighborhood. And sometimes we think that we're doing our job by calling the code enforcement office, but they're out there doing a great job. And I told her I was going to mention her name, Miss Chantel Stanford. Thank you. Also, a lot of times we're receiving resources, but we don't give credit where credit is due. So to the mayor and administration of this council, Spotlight on Pontiac. This is one of the best newsletters that I think that we have ever received in this city, with all the resources, all the telephone numbers that we need. So thank you, Spotlight on Pontiac. To District Council, my Councilman Parker, from a personal note, from G. Matthews to you, not speaking on behalf of our association, not tonight. Thank you again for all your support, updates, and especially your timely response with our concerns and issues. Sometimes I'd be calling me, he'd be in a meeting. I'll get right back to you, Ms. Matthews. So I just want to thank all of you for all the help and the support that you have given us throughout this time. Thank you again.
Mr. Darren Gordon.
Good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor. This is my first time here, so just a little nervous, but I'm okay. My name is Darren Gordon. I'm an employee with the state of Michigan, Department of Human Service, and my reason for coming down today is that I'm assisting a family of 4 with 2 small kids that has a court-ordered judgment. And the reason why I'm coming down here is because I know that the resources that we have here in the city of Pontiac are very few and in between. I, myself, have personally picked the family up, went to these different resources. Lighthouse, they say they're out of funds. Salvation Army is saying that they're out of funds. OSA is saying that they're out of funds. So in the back of my head, I remember growing up, my grandmother and great-grandmother used to say, whenever you're in need of help, first thing you do is work, which the family is working. The second thing I remember them telling me is that you go to your churches in the city of Pontiac, which I was disappointed with a lot of the churches in the city of Pontiac. Not everyone, but a lot of the churches. I first want to say thank you to 3 of the churches. We at the department are assisting this family because it's hard for a family to get a judgment, to get evicted, and then find a place that's suitable to their income. We at the department don't want to do that. So we at the department are assisting. I want to say thank you to the 3 churches that also, when I called, assisted me. Newman AME Church, Welcome Missionary Baptist Church, and Prospect Missionary Baptist Church. They all called me back. They all said, come in, we will assist. But I was very disappointed with a lot of the churches in the city of Pontiac. I myself called, I got no response. So I said, I'm going to get this family, the 2 adults and the 2 kids, and we're going to go to these churches in the city of Pontiac. These churches in Pontiac that I went to slammed the door in my face and said, no, we don't assist. We only assist members of my church. I had one church that told me, why would I help someone from the outside when I have members in my own church that need assistance? So we don't help. So I was very disappointed with the churches in Pontiac. Like I said, the 3 churches that I've mentioned, they did. Then I even said, well, you know what? Let me call the council person where this family lives. I called the council person 4 times. They never returned my call. You know, they at least could have said, I have resources, because I know where I work at, we have a lot of resources, but sometimes other people might have resources that I don't know about. So I'm just here to say that I haven't given up on this family. I'm still going to try for that family to keep them in their home. Thank you so much.
Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
I'm excited that Miss Matthews went before me because I'm like, great minds think alike. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you as well. The city, many of the people, business owners, residents, renters, homeowners, have been hurting for a long time. And I think the expectation was that y'all get into office and fix all the things that have been broken in the last 8 years, in the last 20 years, because people desperately needed that help and support. And I can drive down the street and see an improvement with my city. The kids being able to play, homeowners getting the assistance that they need. Just being able to call people and the phone being answered, I think, and I've heard this several times, people are saying things must not be good with the council, with the mayor, with the city, because every time I watch a council meeting, people are complaining. But there are a lot of people that don't come here, that are at home, that their quality of life has improved greatly over the last year and a half. And so I wanted to come up here and personally say thank you to each one of you for not only doing your job, but going over and beyond, for being in the community and doing what you said you were going to do. It's hard. It's hard because you're not going to be able to please everybody. It's hard because there are going to be some mistakes made. It's hard because people, y'all are moving a little slow, but we just gonna act like that's okay too. People just have expectations. And so I wanted to come up here because I'm one of those people, when I'm not happy, y'all gonna be one of the first to hear about it. But I am. I think this city has improved greatly over the last year and a half. And I wish more residents would come and say thank you and say that they see the change, because we do see it. So I just wanted to say thank you to the deputy mayor and the mayor and each council person who is doing the best job for their constituents. I appreciate each and every one of you, so thank you. And with my last 40 seconds, as a charter revision commissioner, I ran on making sure the public knows what's happening in the charter. The last charter revision, I don't think was bad. I just think people needed more engagement. And so my commissioners and I have been doing a lot of things to get out in front of people. We are not here making decisions based on what we want, but what we're hearing from the residents. Once again, I plead with people to come to the meetings, to talk to us, because there is no way that I am going to be on a commission and not listen to people. But if you're not coming to the meetings, then you need to, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Hi, Darlene Clark, speaking as a resident again. Good afternoon. First, let me clear something up as a resident. And I'm speaking for a lot of residents who pay taxes, so let's get this straight. We have a multicultural neighborhood. We went over that already. I've heard two people, and I'm not disputing anything or criticizing the conversation, but I'm finna give you some facts. Yes, you take opinions and you're taking statements and making them as criticism. Don't do that. That's a voice that's being spoken to. The only way the residents can speak, the ones who are speaking now, because the other ones who fought the battle for 8 years to live in the conditions that they're living in, they're too tired. So people come out here to voice their opinion. It's not saying we're not giving the city credit. Does the city look better? It looks better for the downtown area. It looks better for everything that's from Woodward on up and around White Track, Woodward, call it whatever you want to call it, because I still think it is White Track. But what we're seeing as residents, our streets are looking atrocious. It looks in condemnable status. We're living within the resident neighborhoods in condemnable status with buildings that's been sitting there past 8 years. Hotel on Franklin that's been there and got all kinds of rug rats and all kinds of trash going in it. That's what we're saying. Please help get this down. We're not complaining. We're saying, can't you see what we see? We're not saying you're not doing your job. Yes, you put piping on Pike Street. Yeah, you did that. But did you drive all the way down Pike Street and see what the road really was about? You put a woodwork and you put cement and you widen it for M1, so the residents don't have any other choice but think, well, how come our streets can't get fixed? We're not complaining. We just asking the question. You had a task force. You have this, and you have all these people to come here. You had a young man, District 7, brought in his tenant complaining about a white family, multicultural neighborhood, right? Black, white, we got them all here. But you had a white family come here and complain about what's going on with her and her landlord. But what about the other residents in the city of Pontiac who have bigger problems than hers? Big problems, like the young man said, the family of two that's been put out so that rent can be raised. We're not complaining, and we're not giving you your just dues. We're saying, where do the residents inside our neighborhoods become more important? The golf course, if you go down Bagley Street, one part of it is cut, and guess what? The other part is not. You can't even walk the golf course that side of the fence. You go down Motor Street, guess what? The responsibility of the hedges and the trees that belongs to the city that's on the sidewalk, you can't walk. So it's in the residential neighborhood. We're not saying, we're not criticizing you, and we do give you your props, but we still ask for help.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Dennis Thompson.
I'd like to say good evening to President McGinnis, President Pro Tem Carrington, Mayor Grimal, Deputy Mayor Stevens. My name is Dennis Thompson, resident in the city of Pontiac, graduate of class of 2003, Pontiac Central High School. In 2022, Mr. Dennis Thompson hosted an unpermitted special event in Oakland Park. This event is known as the Battle I-75. This is an annual event. This event is billed as a basketball tournament. An entry fee is charged for each participating team. In addition to basketball, the promoter charges vendors a fee to come in and set up. When the city learned that the event promoter, the city didn't learn of the event because the city already knew that the event was coming. This has been an annual event for the past 3 years. When the city learned of the event, the promoter was informed of new procedures. Mayor W.A. Carrington, he told me last year that policies were changing, but he didn't go into in details what the policies were. A new, more enforced procedures by the city to ensure large events of city property to accommodate health and safety conditions. The city has had a long fee for special events. When confronted with the idea that he would have to provide these things, Mr. Thompson stated that he would be moving his event to Detroit. That's not true, Deputy Mayor Stevens. I spoke that I was moving my event to Detroit out of the way that President Pro Tem Carrington spoke to me, not based upon procedures. So the email that you sent to the City Council is 100% a lie. Mr. Thompson also stated, Mr. Thompson also stated that he was moving his event to Detroit, then also proceeded to defame the city on social media. That's not true again, Deputy Mayor Stevens. I spoke my displeasure about City Council as me being a citizen of this city, as any other citizen has the right to. In the late winter, early spring of 2023, Mr. Thompson apparently made a decision to move the event. Well, regardless of that, Mayor Grimal, he blasted me to the Macomb Daily, the Royal Oak Tribune, the Detroit Free Press, and also the Oakland Press, just stating a bunch of lies about me. He defamed my character as a businessman in the city of Pontiac, as me being a citizen of the city. And I just don't appreciate the way that he yelled at me like I was his own child right here in city chambers. It's completely It's completely disrespectful, especially to a person that worked on your campaign. To a person that helped you get elected, you want to disrespect him like that, I believe that's completely wrong. Mayor Grimal, he attended all of my Battle I-75s, even when he was a candidate for mayor, when he illegally campaigned on my on city property. And also, he presented the city trophies for the person that won. For him to cancel my event was completely wrong.
Your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I came to finish my comments on Crystal Lake, but I do know Dennis Thompson. And when I was mayor, he had the I-75 Battle of the Bands, which brought many people, which was done very peacefully. They cleaned up the whole park. It was done very well. So I'm not quite sure what the issues are here. I did read the article in the Oakland Press, and I saw all the things that were required of him. And one of the things was called a zoning compliance certificate. Now, we've been having lots of sports events and other kinds of events in our parks for a long, long time. I never heard of a zoning compliance certificate, so I don't know whether this is made up particular for this group. But I also want to say, in Dennis's behalf, that he also was the sponsor of something that became a signature event that I did called the Jam Session. And we had many, many people who love basketball. We had that for years in a row at the Youth Recreation Center on Gulf Drive. Even Debbie Stabenow, when she was running for senator, she came and saw the crowd and addressed them. So, and all those were done well. So I just want to remind people of that, what that was done. Of course, we don't have the jam sessions anymore now that we don't have a gymnasium. Mayor closed that one down, so we don't have a gymnasium to do that. But I want to go on to Crystal Lake, where I left off. Yes, the idea to what we want to do as we revive that Crystal Lake Park. But what I wanted to ask council is that since it wasn't discussed, you did it as a consent decree, this consent agenda, that $500,000 that comes from Oakland County, is that city still has the ownership rights. And I just want to make sure what the terms of the deal are, because like I think you found out, Councilman James, when did the deal with Hawthorne Park and Oakland County, you realized too late that there were certain terms that you didn't really agree with. But by that time, you got to make sure that you're reading the final agreement to make sure that things don't pop up that you're not aware of. One of those things, too, is in terms of, we talked about the $50 million that was given as a grant to improve our downtown by state of Michigan. Now, does that grant is given to Oakland County, or is it something that is given to the city of Pontiac? Because Oakland County has already said that they were going to pay this for the Ottawa Towers to buy that by this $19 million sweetheart deal, you know, that I don't think council knew anything about, that nobody has said anything about. When I asked Brenda Carter, our state rep, about the money, I said, is that money going to be used by the city or for that sweetheart deal? She said, no comment. I asked Angela Powell, she said, no comment. So maybe we'll get somebody who can tell us what's going on, because I think that's atrocious, that somebody who was derelict to the city is going to be allowed to give $18 million. Give that money to the people.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck Johnson is not here. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Before you start the clock, and I'm not here to criticize, I'm just here to speak the facts. And what I'm about to say today, I want all the people in the city of Pontiac to listen to this. We heard all these charming things about the mayor and the council, but I'm getting ready to tell you something that's facts. And Mayor, before you call me out in your closing comment, I'll come back with the tape what you said. I went to court today for the GERS member today, and we got there. Now, the mayor stated over 3 or 4 weeks ago that he hoped that the lawyers would come together and hopefully we have a great resolve. Well, council, the resolve was we got screwed, the GERS members, because the mayor administration asked Attorney John Clark, which I was on the council, he wants to keep the whole $52 billion. Give GERS absolutely nothing. Did you guys, I want to ask all of you, I want you on record, when you turned that over last year, remember I was up here at the podium, and I said, never get that money to the city of Pontiac because we'll never get it back. $52 million, now I don't want to give these people $400 extra. The mayor said that he was for it. He support giving us the $400. Those members left today, that's why I stand on truth. Only truth. I don't care who like me, dislike me. Yes, you can do some good things, but you can do some bad things too. I get around in this city. I know politics. I've been in the game a long time. A long time. And all I ever fought for is the people, whether you like me or not, because I can go to bed at night because I stand on truth. The mayor, you screwed us. You told us that the attorney was going to be, maybe hopefully come to a good objective. And John Clark fought his butt off for you. They said, well, that's John Clark. We come out the courtroom. Well, that's John Clark. John Clark works for the mayor. Councilman Parker, you on the GERS board. Were you aware that was the decision of the executive office? That they wanted to take all the money and not allow the GERS member none of the money? Because you are on that GERS board. And you should know. I'm going to ask all the council at the end of the comments. I want all the members out there to hear this. Because they left today sad. Because you won't even give them. Now, I want the citizens of Pontiac to understand one thing. This is not your tax money I'm talking about. This is the retirees all over the city that work their butt off. And we still fighting for money. So for you start congratulating someone, you got people in your own district got screwed today at home crying because they can't get their money. There's some people going to die because they can't get their extra $400. And I'm asking you, council, look into this. Fight for us. Because this is wrong. Got that money in the city of Pontiac name, and now they're going to keep it. And I knew that was going to happen. Not a dime to the. So the judge we're going to have another hearing. Let's see what happens. But I told him God is good. It's not over yet.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our public comment, President McGinnis.
Okay. Next on the agenda is a motion to go into closed session to consider real property and real estate matters. But Mayor Grimel, do you want to be able to address some of the questions that were invoked in public comment?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much, President McGinnis. You know, in regard to the GERS matter, as I've said very consistently many times, we want to make sure that we're continuing the stipend for retirees, but we also need to make sure that GERS has the funding to actually fund that stipend for retirees. And what the CIPRIA, well, not all the CIPRIA board members, but what a majority of the CIPRIA board members is pushing for is to have the stipend continue, but to transfer the remaining roughly $50 million that actually is not in the possession of the city and will never be in the possession of the city, but is currently in the possession of GERS. And what the majority of the CIPRIA board is saying is give that money not to the GERS pension fund, but give it to the VEBA healthcare fund, but then require the GERS pension fund to still fund the monthly stipend without any funding to actually fund that, which would jeopardize the well-being of the pension fund. And our position is if we're going to continue with the monthly stipend, then that funding needs to remain with the GERS so it can afford to continue that monthly stipend. This is something that we've talked in public session with the GERS fund about. The GERS board is fully aware of our position and supports our position, and we're going to continue to make sure that if we're going to continue that funding from the GERS pension fund, that the GERS pension fund has the money to actually fund that, because we certainly don't want to continue the monthly stipend and jeopardize the basic pension, the basic pension benefits that our retirees, our former city employees work so hard for. So our position as a city has been very consistent during my entire tenure, which is, yes, we want to continue that monthly stipend, but in order to do so, we need the pension fund to retain that roughly $50 million so that it has the money to pay that monthly stipend. And I would also add that a majority of the City of Pontiac Retiree Employees Association members voted in agreement with the city's position, which is let's transfer all of that money to the GERS pension fund so that the GERS pension fund has the money to actually pay that monthly stipend. So the majority of the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association members voted that way. That is the city's position. That is why the city opposed the motion of the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association in court today to pay that monthly stipend without providing the pension fund with the money necessary to fund that monthly stipend. Our hope is that we can still reach a reasonable agreement with the majority of the board of the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association. The other board members agree with the majority of the organization's membership and agree with the City of Pontiac's position that in order for that monthly stipend to be paid, the GERS pension fund has to retain those funds so that it can afford to pay that monthly stipend. So the City of Pontiac's position is aligned with the majority of retirees. It's aligned with the GERS pension fund, and it's unfortunate that a majority of the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association board is taking a position against that of their membership. But we hope that we'll be able to reach an amicable agreement that allows a monthly stipend to continue, but in a way that is affordable and financially responsible and does not jeopardize the basic pension benefits that our retired employees work so hard for. In terms of the Battle of I-75 tournament, it's a great event. Dennis Thompson is a great person. I've always liked Dennis. I've always liked the event. And I've attended not just last year, but for many years. I've also been a partial sponsor of that event in the past, providing financial support for the event. But as we communicated with Mr. Thompson about a year ago, we were changing practices and protocols in the city, and when we have an event that brings out hundreds and hundreds of people, we need to make sure that there's a refundable deposit so that the park gets cleaned up. And last year, the park was a mess after the event. And we also need to make sure that organizers of an event of that scale have a parking plan. And unfortunately, although we've been talking with Dennis about the need for these things for a year, he didn't provide his application until a day before the event and didn't actually bring in something that purported to be an insurance certificate until after the event had already started and after people were gathering, and it was well after a deadline. So we are working with Mr. Thompson to hopefully facilitate this event happening in August the right way, with the required paperwork and the required rules being followed next month.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session pursuant to Section 8D of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268D, subsection D, to consider the purchase or lease of real property? Is there such a move?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Goodman. It has been seconded by Councilman Parker. 2 members of the City Council have exited the chambers, so we are at 4 right now. I want to confirm with the clerk. I believe it may require 5 votes to go into closed session. So if somebody would like to inform our colleagues that we require at least 1 more council member to be eligible to go into this closed session. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we proceed into closed session to consider real property, the purchase or sale, and that's pursuant to Section 8, subsection D of the Open Meetings Act in the state of Michigan. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle on the motion to go in closed session.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, very good. With that, that motion carries at 8:29 PM. We will be vote to come out of closed session when we are concluded and continue with the balance of this evening's agenda.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Goodman that we move to come out of closed session. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call on that. Councilman Goodman.
Yes.
He votes yes. Councilman Parker?
Yes.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes.
McGinnis votes yes. Does Councilwoman Rutherford vote to come out of closed session?
Where's she at?
All right, she isn't back in the chambers yet. That vote is 5 in favor, no opposed, and that was moved by Parker, seconded by Goodman. Do you vote, Councilwoman Rutherford, in support of coming out of closed session? Maybe. She flips from maybe to yes, so that's 6 in favor. We are now out of closed session at 9:54 p.m. All right, we are now at communications. You can find the communications printed on the agendas or on the online version. For the sake of time, I will leave it at that. Except to point out that New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church has their Vacation Bible School this week, and New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church has their community picnic July 22nd from 12 to 5 p.m. located at 124 Prospect Street. All are welcome, and for more information, contact the church at 248-332-8242. And I will extend a special invite to the Historical Society's 54th Annual Summer Ice Cream Social at the end of this month, July 29th and 30th. I believe one of us will be an exotic cruise during that time, so we'll have a scoop of ice cream in your honor. With that, Mayor's Office, your communications.
Well, just very quickly in terms of a couple of points, I do want to remind folks that the Pontiac Music in the Park series continues. The next show is August 3rd at the Mill Dam at Bodette Park, and it features Dirk Kroll with special guests Accent Pontiac. In addition, there is a Veterans Food Drive happening this month, July 20th. That is Thursday, July 20th from 9 a.m. to noon, and then again in August, on August 17th from 9 a.m. to noon. And lastly, my State of the City address is coming up next week, July 27th, 2023, at the Centerpoint Marriott from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You need to RSVP to attend, and you can do so by emailing Angela Powell at apowell@pontiac.mi.us or by calling her at 248-758-3031.
Thank you. Mayor Grimal, your closing comments.
In the interest of time at this late hour, I don't have anything to share, Mr. President.
All right. Deputy Mayor Stevens. Clerk Doyle. Councilman Rutherford, did you want to go first or last?
Last.
All right. Councilman Goodman.
I have nothing to say besides good night.
Councilman Parker.
I agree. Good night.
Councilwoman James.
Good night.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Good night.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
No, it's not going to be that way. It's a couple of things I want to talk about really quickly. I want to first thank the following people for immediately answering the call to help a family in need. Tonight we heard a family who says they are facing eviction, and I want to thank Pastor Parker for running to the call on behalf of his church. I want to thank Isha Brenner for running to the call. I want to thank Mayor Grimal for also answering the call, and also I just reached out to Trinity Baptist Church, and they will be able to assist this family as well. The amount that this family needs to stay in this home is only $700. $700. I spend $700 on tennis shoes and weave. We can all do something, and if you can do something, give something. $700 to keep this family from being homeless. $700 to keep this off their record. $700. That's all it takes. I keep saying that because I'm not going to use the word affordable housing because that's something that people use as a talking point. I'm going to say preferred housing. We as a city have to start creating opportunities for preferred housing to be in this city. Now, there are some who attack renters. I'm a renter, so I fight hard for us. I have every aspiration and dream and goal of being a homeowner, but I absolutely know what it feels like to face eviction. I absolutely know what it feels like to face not being able to pay your bills. I absolutely know what it feels like to face homelessness. And we have to not always show sympathy, but we have to show empathy because all of us are one paycheck away. Some of us are two from being right on the opposite side. I want to talk about for a minute about the I-75 event because it has to be addressed in the most positive way. There were things done on both sides that just happened. It's mistakes. We're human. There's an opportunity for us to show this community that we can always work together. That is why I asked that it be moved to Bodette, because I want to work together. That's why I asked to assist in whatever way I can as a district person, because I want to see it happen. We cannot keep allowing people to cause one moment to break up the movement of the city of Pontiac. All of us are called to be our best selves. I haven't always been my highest self, but I know that I serve a higher purpose. And so I'm challenging this administration, as I've told them privately and publicly, we are going to get this done because this event does do things, and because it does bring about more, it does bring about people who would never come to any other event. Wouldn't it be great if the city and the director of this event has a synergy moment and we do it together? Because it's easy to break us apart, because that's what they want. They want to say we don't care about the girls. They want to say that we don't care about people having their $400 a month. I know that's not true because I know what y'all do behind the scenes. They want to say that Bonnie is a lie. He ain't no lie. He just say things that are necessary. And sometimes when we say things are necessary, people want to say you lying, but you ain't lying. You just told the truth. Then it's going to say, and I'm saying it because if I don't address it, they're going to keep talking about it on Facebook. They're going to keep making stories about it. Everybody knows that Dennis Thompson loves this city. Everybody knows that Dennis Thompson wants to make a difference. And so I am challenging this administration, and I'm challenging him to get beside what happened tonight, and let's make this event be the best I-75 event that it's ever been. And to that I say, we know we have a District 1 meeting at the end of the month. I want to also thank, I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't thank the DPW department who sent me a card about the passing of my godmother, Ms. Lily Alexander, and also to the mayor and to President McGinnis for making sure that she was honored in the best way we can honor someone who was strong, who was gifted, and who always conducted herself in the highest level. And on that note, I say good night.
Thank you. And with that, I will bid everyone a great night. Thank you for your service and impact that you're having in the Pontiac community. Your investment of time tonight and every week is moving the needle forward on many fronts. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:01 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
So fine.